Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I am Wormslayer2146. It's Friday, 16th of December 2022, and I am back after almost a whole week of being too ill to stream, which has been very frustrating. It's nothing major, it's just a winter cold. You might still be able to hear it in my voice. It's still not cleared through. It hit me very hard. Just completely out of it for a couple of days, so unfortunately wasn't able to come on and stream as I'd hoped to, but feeling well enough to come back on now. We'll just take it easy today. Like I say, not entirely over it, so I apologise in advance again in case there's any coughing and sneezing and snorting and other disgusting noises that make it onto the audio track today. Hopefully by tomorrow I will have cleared through the last of fighting it and we'll be back to 100%. And then I hope to make up some time lost on this week. So today we'll just do our planned 2 PM now, 4 hours of City Skylines, extra chill, don't push myself too hard. And then this weekend I'm going to do some longer streams, I think, to play some more, because I've been missing the games while I play them. I want to put the hours in, so hopefully I'm feeling well enough to do some extra hours. Fingers crossed, don't make things worse by just talking for the next 4 hours. We'll see how it goes. Let's hop back into the game and catch up with where we were in our big city. Okay, I remember all this. We've done a lot of work on the roads. I'm pretty sure we can unpause. There's nothing incomplete around here, so let's get that rolling, keep the money coming in. We've finished the ring road around the industrial area, I remember. It goes all the way around, it's got the exit ramps. The industrial area is still open for a bit more filling in with more industrial zoning. The junction to join from the main road is probably needs a little work. I mean, they seem to be managing okay with it, but this on and this off are very close to each other, so that could have traffic issues right in the middle here. They seem to just be filtering kind of okay, so might not be an issue, but that's one area to keep an eye on, I guess. And this bit down here still needs straightening out and moving once we buy this square in, which is at 36,000 population, that we'll be able to buy that and sort that out. Remember that the Brook Heights section needs moving down a bit in order to line the grids up properly. So that's one thing that needs doing. When that's done, presumably this junction will need adjusting slightly. So the actual layout that we need there to get the spacing right, we can build up here first to get the layout correct. So this is probably what we'll work on next, is the layout of the roads in the northern residential expansion. And then we may run another road down the right hand side in mirror of the one on the left here. Do the junctions that join them up, and then move Brook Heights down and fix this to match what we do up here. Hopefully all of that, the industrial over here and the expansion to the north here, will be enough to get us to the 36,000 population we need for the next step, I guess. Okay, so that being the case, let's take a look at this. We've got 5x5 grid with a little section. So if we, an option of doing the same, so 5x5 grid with a 3 section, or cutting 2 rows out and having 5x5 with the corners missing, or even just cutting one out, having it 4x5. It's not square, but it's okay. Citizens are sick in their house. Well, me too. So if we do the 3 and then a 5x5, that's kind of, in my view, the neatest. I'm not sure it'll fit, so I want to check that first. be talking about 140 unit from the 3 to the 3, so the top end we wouldn't necessarily have that bit, we'd just have 120 units from here, which we do not have space for. 120 takes us beyond the road across the top, so we can't do that exactly as it is in that space. We just make it less, that's an option. So it's not identical, but it's however much will fit with a similar layout. 5x5 down here as well. I'd have liked to do that. It would be my preference. Got room to move Brook Heights down further. I think the plan was to move it 5 units, but we could move it 15 units, 25 units, move Evergreen Heights down 20 units. It's an option. At the moment we should be, yeah, we are in line with that grid. So if we move this end down, so it's 25 units, move everything down a block, then we'd be starting here with the 120 units we need. There would be space to put in. There would not be space to put a junction to the north that joins the main road. Which we would like to do. It would be a junction something like this that we've got in the middle here. So they just run off straight into the 3 section. And do it on the, I mean, this is like an arterial route that goes from off map to off map, and you wouldn't want to slow that down due to the traffic coming off, forcing them to come down the north-south highway instead and then cut in where this gap is, wherever that lines up, would probably be preferable in terms of keeping the traffic flowing along the top. That being the case, if we're not trying to join at the top, we don't need to worry about the spacing at the top. This spacing needs changing anyway, because that gap is 15 units and it should be 20. If the gap is 20 like it is here, then the highway spacing, that's the middle, that is a evenly spaced highway, facing the wrong directions, but that's fine. Then we've got whatever those roads are, 3 lanes, or I think they're 6 lane, which is kind of pointless. I don't think there's any benefit with the way the AI works, so it might as well be 3 lane. Not lining up nicely, just going to make these longer, see if I can plan it out better. Get my head around what we're trying to achieve in all the spaces, and then we can come up with the best spacing to get it right first time. using that, the actual joining point is there kind of thing, so extend those roads a bit further to work on. Not those bits, but so didn't quite line that up right, like that. Extend that highway out further so we've got more to work on. That far kind of thing. Okay. It's probably from there to there. It's interesting that that puts it at an angle. Makes it look curved. It says 45 degrees, but then the angle isn't actually. Makes it a little funny, a straight 45-degree angle. Not quite, because it's not central, it's slightly south of central, so it would be over a little, like, yeah, that's producing a 45 degree. Okay. So same on this side. Find where it says 45 degrees. That's how I want this one down here. At the moment it's too squished. That's how it should be. Wherever. So therefore, if we were having a junction like that at the top point as well, then from that bottom road to the first 6-lane road is 8 units. Just a road in for the sake of measuring. That ought to be a 3 block like this one before the 5x5, based on how the rest is. So if that is like that, then we need a full 140 units from there to the bottom of the next. Just bring this over so it lines up. We won't do, never mind. 140 units. Can't measure it easily because it's a couple of units out with the grid, which means we cannot do that and line up with the grid of the industrial sector without moving the entire industrial sector down 2 units or whatever it is, which we're not doing. Therefore, we're not going to join that highway on the top edge of the residential block. If we're not doing that, then we don't need the 3 block at the top, we just need a 5x5 and then the 3 at the bottom, which is 120 units, and lined up with the grid how things are at the moment. Yeah, we just need to move everything down 20 units, and we're going to move Brook Heights down 5 extra units. If everything is ultimately moving 20 units down, then this will be the 3 block at the top of that section. This will turn into a 5 block eventually. Not for now. That's going to be the 3 block top. This is going to be where the highway actually runs. Let's get the right type of road in here. Even though I'm pretty sure the bus lanes aren't doing much, we're going to let's keep them a bit prettier. So that's going to be there, and then there's a cross here. So that's 1. Need another 80 units on this end. And it should cut across, yeah. Top one and the middle one, top one and the middle one, so that's the top one. We'll have to work out the middle one in a bit. The other type of road is done everywhere else. That's 2, so that one. Okay. Bus lanes going across are first row of 5 and then skip one, skip one, and then okay, they're not symmetrical. So that being the case, I'm not entirely sure we're going to run buses in the residential area anyway. I'm more inclined to nudge things around and put metro stations in more areas. But people are happy to have a bus stop nearby. So we could just do all of the roads with the trees and the bus lanes. It's pretty, and we don't really have a traffic issue. We just lose the parking spots. I'm not really sure how relevant that is. What happens to the cars if they've not got it? Is it just aesthetic? I guess. I mean, we can find out if we get a massive complaint about lack of parking because we've put trees and bus lanes everywhere. Then just come change the roads over to have parking. No big deal. We can still do what we've done in these attaching the parks in the middle of the residential ones. We've put a small road that has parking on it. Something, I guess. So that needs bringing up as well. There's a 3, and then we'll fill in the rest of this. Fits okay at the top there. Happy enough with it. It might have been nice to join directly. I don't think it's a big deal. What we should do, before I forget about it, is put sound barriers. Because some of this will be residential on the edge, so we should sound barrier these sections of highway. So the noise of the traffic doesn't upset whoever's living on the top end. Okay, so that's the full grid for the northernmost section. We need to put the highway in here as well, which I guess we should put sound barriers on that as well. Top goes westbound. Okay. Little slip roads. Not sure about 3-lane. I know they're coming from 3 to 6 options. Kind of feel like 4 might be prettiest. 2 that can go that way, 2 that can go this way. Although vast majority of traffic is heading down. So maybe 3-lane, more force. Use the mods to force the middle one down. Like, just for the sake of getting my head around it, I'm gonna like that. Yeah, 3 lanes fine. I'm gonna do that. Just a little bit before the square. 5-degree join. Funny dip here, which might be where I did something silly to avoid a flood. I think I'm gonna just level that out and then redo this. Just to make it look a bit better. Where's flattening's in here somewhere, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, that's looks very much like something I did rather than random generation. Forgot that that level terrain button doesn't do what I think it does. Gentle taps should be perfect, but when we put the roads in, they kind of self-level a bit. That looks fine, close enough. Let's put those roads back in. It's not lining up right, is it? Am I crazy? No, I'm just crazy. That looks fine. Those slip roads back in. So that's that junction done right. That grid correct. I'm not sure about whether the amount of traffic heading to the top of this block is all coming through down here. They'll come off and they'll fly over. Not sure if that's good enough. I don't remember why I put the bridge in the middle and not on the end of that block. Sure. It's a bit easier to build this junction, I guess, but that's can fiddle with that. Here I'm going to do it on the end, I think, until I can remember why I didn't. So we did this with a 3-lane road with one of them being a bus lane, but that was pointless. The buses don't use the bus lane. Ah, that one just did. And then came out of the bus lane to make the junction. They just don't seem to behave right. So I'm not not putting the bus lanes in for them to function like bus lanes. I suppose there's some value putting it in so that it looks the same as the rest of the city. What are the options? Your one-way road with bus lane. That's a highway. Interesting. Sound barriers in a bus lane. That is what it is. It does look good. Opinion. The other options like one-way 6-lane road. There isn't a one-way 6-lane with bus lane. Visually, I mean, yeah. You can use the mod to force a bus lane, but it doesn't change the visuals of the road. Such a fan of that. I think that's perfect, but it's probably the best option we've got. Or the one I'm going to be happiest with, so let's use that. That's fine, that's not actually done. Let's switch all of these roads down here over to the same type with the trees and all that in them. That's the stake there. There. Be a bit more careful with my paintbrush. I think that's caught them all. I just got some extras that I didn't want to do, like that tiny gravel road. We'll have squished some houses by accident. I think, yeah, part of this one that cuts into the commercial zone. I'm not sure what. Is that just a plain? Yeah, plain old 2-lane road. It's actually broken some of the painting there. It's fine. All of this is moving anyway, so as we move it, we'll be rezoning, rebuilding. Could cause issues for our population and income. Need to be careful about what we dismantle when. Okay. That's all in the right place, road-wise. This bit isn't. Brook Heights and the road going through here. So next step, put this junction in, I guess. Make sure that traffic can actually come in, and when it can, we can start moving things, zoning things, and actually building without immediately causing a huge traffic problem. So that junction is just going to be the same as this one, I guess. Did I squish that one? I remember squishing this one and the ones at the top here. Doesn't look like it. Because we do want the distance between this one joining and this exit to be as wide as possible. So it's not going to be like that, it's going to be like this one, turned around a bit. Measuring the roads and how long they need to be, we need to check this one instead. Get small traffic issue here of people. It's a silly thing about the AI. I find it quite frustrating about the game, I suppose, is how traffic has a potential of causing a lot of damage to, like, your income, especially if you've got DLCs, which thankfully I don't. And it just doesn't behave right a lot. They've worked out between these junctions there's a point where they think, and everyone thinks at the same point and tries to change lane at the same point. So people going from inside to outside and outside to inside, all trying to do it at exactly the same point on this road over here somewhere. Whereas if the people trying to get from the outside to the inside just waited 10 units, then they'd merge a lot easier. Or if even they could work out how to merge between those 10 unit points instead of all at the same point. It's just a bit annoying. But I guess it's not really a game about cars, is it? It's the actual city building bit is definitely not so exciting without the DLCs. So I'm finding a lot of fun in the traffic and the cars. It's not necessarily what a lot of people playing the game are going to be focused on. Okay, so the main road bit stops 18 units away from the one it's joining. It's distance from here to here. 3 units to the right. Take a little bit away. That is 27, and we want to stop 18 units away. Need to build 9 units on. That should be 18, good. That's the right distance from there, and then easy junctions. 3-lane road. 6 units forward. Sure this is an 8 unit curve, yeah, and that presumably is another 6 units, yeah, and then it joins. Okay, so 6 units forward to an 8 unit curve. That's not snapping. Is that not snapping? Should be. How far away should that road be? Let's see if we can create some new snap points. Should be 4 units away. Just double check that over here as well. Yeah. I get a point that's 4 units away and straight. Align with it. Yeah, well, good. A bit too close. It's now it's snapping when I don't want it to. That was... I may have had the wrong tool equipped there. That's better anyway. What are we snapping to? Here's 2 options. Both say 8 units. That one looks correct. That point should be more reliable, or the raised point should be more reliable than the road. Okay, that's the corner. Now it's another 6 units straight. before we rejoin. Remember, to the angle of that, the point where we're joining here, the green angle when it flips to the outside means that the road is going to kink outwards before coming in, which we want to avoid. So we want to be the furthest point where the green measured angle is on the inside. So the inside angle is less than 180. Stops it from kinking weirdly before joining over. That should be the same as this leg up here. We have a mirror of that that's heading the other way, obviously. Snap doesn't look so good. The line of the curve isn't at 90 degrees. In fact, there's an angle there that says 92 degrees. That's something not right about that. Even that angle doesn't look to tell. Probably being too much of a perfectionist on these angles. Sure, the road's going to look fine, close enough when the cars are rolling over it. 6 units straight, and then we join that. Just got to flip those angles around. Okay, there's the easy bits joined. So now we need the tunnel and the flyover. So we know that point is 4 units away from where the road types change, and then that joins in a similar manner. So we can put those in. 4 units away. Then when that angle is less than 90 degrees. Then they head either down or up over a 10 unit length. So the one on the right is the tunnel. That's not terribly important, but might as well do it the same. So 10 units. Again, it's got funny snap points. I'm trying to go at 92 degrees again. There, 10 units at 90 degrees heading underground. 10 units at 90 degrees heading up. Take those measurements out. Oh, someone's... Of course, if they want to come to the top end of this square, they can use these roads as I'm building them. It's fine, no big deal. We've got some speed limits that need changing, and we need to check for traffic lights where there shouldn't be any, and those little odd things we do with the mod, which I've not done yet, but I'm sure a few ice cream vans aren't going to hurt us or whatever they are. Okay, so now, after getting up or down, they're doing a curve straight away. Looks 16 unit curve. We will need to pause and take out the central roads. It's just because the supports are trying to build in the middle of the road, so we need to build and move the supports and then rebuild those roads. 16 units. That's the curve. There's a magical moving tool. Nice if I could click a button to add another support in, I guess. It's hard to do on a curve. If you're building a straight line, you can just click lots of supports in, but not on the curve. Just have one before and in the middle and after. We'll go with that one before and this one after. Might help in the vaguely central manner to look vaguely okay. Then we can rebuild these sections of highway. It's looking fine. Then after the curve they go down over 10 units and then join at the correct angle. That's easier than the ones on the ring road, I guess, because we're not swapping between elevated and ground based. That join that point. This one heads the other way. You can't even edit the road. If the default position of the supports is colliding. Yeah, there's that one sorted. So now we just need to finish the tunnel one. So I double check the distance. There's yeah, it is the 4 units that it should be. So this was a 16 unit curve. Straight that comes back up over 10 units, and then we join. That little bit of road needs flipping, but the rest is fine. Do just want, not sure about the actual impact, but this first section I want to not have the sound barriers. The visibility, the AI doesn't care, but I do. Then we'll have sound barriers that come closer to where there might be houses. I think like this corner is the closest part, and that's probably far enough that it doesn't affect it, because this is commercial. It will not be an issue. So that's one thing to consider. Having concluded that we're not joining at the top, we might want to focus the commercial down this end and not spread it throughout. We're going to join, you can join both sides at Evergreen Heights, so you can have commercial at the top and bottom. Then Brook Heights, after it's moved down, will also have a junction at the bottom. So that can have commercial at the top and bottom, but this one won't necessarily. You have to consider the traffic that commercial zone generates. If I'd thought about that in advance, I might have not made this 5x5, made it a smaller section. It's fine, it's no big deal. We'll see how it goes. Really sure what the balance will be. What have we got at the moment? It's kind of hard to tell, but so we're going to 5x5 and the 2 3s. It's maybe 5 commercial blocks. It's a slight extra demand for commercial, so 5 or 6 commercial in each area. could do just in the 3. A lot of those got services in, I guess. So we'll move the services out as well. Sure, I mean from a kind of layout design perspective, I would like to put it all down the middle, so all the services, all the commercial down the middle, but then in terms of the traffic it's probably better around the edge. Stop the trucks from going into the middle at all. Probably not important. Probably not. We'll just see how it goes. We can unpause. We've got Black Junction finished, and it's got quite a nice distance. 2 sections between where this one joins and this one leaves. That's an improvement. Need to move this one south a little anyway, so we can squish it when we do that. Fine, good, okay. Next steps, we could put the... This road currently goes nowhere. Or to join the artery somehow. Not sure there's enough distance from the edge of the map to put that in here. Could be. Then we'll just run another one all the way down. Like an interesting junction here where we need a 4-way junction on top of the river. That could be worth avoiding. Well, we're not going to be able to buy enough squares to join onto the pre-existing networks. Could just put a 3-way junction, join here and here. Not with that 4-way just off the map, we couldn't join there. It's not a huge deal, I mean no one should really be... There's not really any reason for any traffic to cut across here in order to join the artery. They'd already be on it before they made that choice, so it's just about people coming out of the residential getting where they're going. You kind of half the amount of traffic on this junction if we put another with the same options. I feel at the very least it's worth joining it to the top here. If not to the bridge below. At some point in the future we might be able to buy a square and join it on the right hand side, but I'm not sure this city's ever going to get big enough to unlock enough squares to do that. 48 for another 70, it's probably be about 70,000 before we could do that. I'm not sure we're going to play this city for 70,000 population, as you know, the objectives of this run are pretty much already done. Now we're just building for the fun of continuing the pattern. I think I'm going to join it. So we want to copy this junction to this side in a mirror, run it down and join just in a corner, not an actual junction. So the distance there to that road is 32 units. 32 units. Can't get a snap point at 32, so 22 from there. Left side goes south. That's the right distance away from there. And I do think that distance is sufficient to not have to put sound barriers on, or that sound barriers won't make a difference to any of the houses on the edge there. That small section there might. No big deal, doesn't matter. I'm sure it won't make much of a difference to the actual overall city. Okay, so that point was 18 units away. Currently 26 units away on this side, so it's 8 more units forward. There we are. Let me switch over. 6 units forward. 8 unit corner. 6 units forward. And join. Same on the other side. We have it. We want tunnel on the right hand side, so that was 4 units out there and join here, don't we? This is the tunnel, so 90-degree angle, 10 units forward, down 1 step, 16 unit corner, if my memory serves me. 10 units to come back up, and then just join. Other side is going up instead of down. Still need to make sure it does a 90-degree angle here. Yep. Same 16 unit corner. Here's where we need to fiddle with our support beams. Do that, flip it to be driving the correct direction. So let's measurement ones out, move our support beams over. Okay. Yep, that highway back in. Follow the same logic, I guess. These little sections should not have the barriers on. May have an impact, but I'm fine with that. So yeah, that's tunnel done, that's flyover done, road rebuilt. Fit fine without having to redo the joining off map, so that's perfect. Apart from that short stretch of road, needs to face the right direction. So we just need to join up down here. We can do it with the tightest corner possible, I guess. Maybe not as pretty. It's not, because this distance is 32 units, not 30 units. It's maybe slightly off whatever I do. Let's do that with barriers. Barriers on this side go just slightly beyond the bridge, so let's don't really have that option. Let's change the snapping points here. Force it to be the same, just because I do love symmetry. Ah, interesting. Won't let me. So it changes the snapping point over and then removes the barriers. Not allowed symmetry then. Just have to have it how it lets me. Fine, I'll leave it like that. That's fine enough. Unpause. So this corner, 12 unit corner, makes a lot of sense. 10 unit is one grid block, and it's an extra 2 away, so we could do 12 unit corner. Yeah, I'm happy with that. The outside will be 16 unit to maintain the same distance all the way around. So it just needs turning around. There we go. Looks ever so slightly kinked as it rejoins, but I guess that's my leading concern with City Skylines since I started playing it, is even when it tells you things are aligned on the grid, they're not. It's difficult to build things in perfect alignment when even the snapping just doesn't align perfectly. It's not something most players are concerned with, I suppose. Okay, so all these extra junctions we put in need their speed limits sorting out. Want to maintain 100 kilometers an hour at all times for flyovers and tunnels and slip roads. Should maintain 100. Check I got all of the points, looks like it. Okay, let's go do that. This one's fine, isn't it? Didn't touch that, just need to do it on this one. I need to check out those junctions as it joins the grid of residential to see what speed they should be going. Those two, so these from 100 to 60, so we definitely don't want them to drop to 40 there. Kind of want them to go to 100 there, so that they slow down at the end of that junction, not at the start of it. So let's say that, let's just put them at 100. Slip roads onto the highway, should be 100. What did I do down here? Completely forgot to change them. Okay. Well, let's set them to 100 while I'm here. Though seeing that, I have just had a thought. These have got trees on because I wanted to make sure people don't park on these. I think I prefer the way that this looks. The 3-lane road, so I'd rather use this mod to forbid it. Although, what does it say? Click on the P icons to disable parking, and there's none here. So I guess I don't need to. Interesting. Where do I know? I know there's parking here that's got a big square P, okay. There's no big square P here, so they must not park there, I guess. Traffic lights as well we need to sort out in these sections, so in the cross grid it would have put them everywhere. Whereas in real life, traffic lights serve a good function at this kind of junction. In game, time they just slow people down. People filter better in the game, or the AI filters better at these kind of junctions than I think people generally do in real life. Too polite in real life. People wait around, the AI doesn't wait, it just drives across the junction. That's all of the traffic lights there. Extra ones that have appeared from the flyover as well. That's all good. Speed limit on the flyover here, actually thinking about it. There's already 100 because it's a highway road, that's fine then. $60 is fast in a high density residential area, but I'm not going to change it. Is there anything else we need to sort out? Lane connections we could do. So I looked before at sending the middle road down. I don't think it's necessary. Can't see there being a jam caused by... Yeah, I'm not sure what would cause a jam there. That's solved by lane connection. I don't think. So that's fine. There's the lane connection that we do. They join a highway, so here they are joining. We force the inside out. Make sure it can maintain flow. Need to do the same on this one. Consider what we do here. Well, the problem with them being so close is we're forcing people over that want to come off. And there's much to be done for that. Whatever we do, people are going to need to cross purposes. People joining from the Oriental Bridge who are not coming off on Miller Street need to cross with people on Grey Street who are coming off on Miller Street. Somehow. I think overall just improving flow everywhere is the only way to avoid an issue. That's the choke point on our system, is those crossing points. And while you can in theory build something that improves or alleviates them, it would require spreading things out to a silly degree, and it's not a game about traffic, so I'm going to accept that imperfection in our system. The only question for me is whether these roads joining should also be forced over. I guess, why not? Ensures that they can flow and only creates a problem people coming from the highway who want to come off on Dixon Street are pushed over and then need to move back over, perhaps cross purposes with some of the other traffic. An issue whether I do that or not. They're either going to back up on Mac Street or they'll back up in the middle of the highway. So having it happen 10 units further down the road is not an issue really, when most of the time this allows traffic to flow freely out of the junctions. Okay, so that's speed limits. There was no issue with parking restrictions, lane connection, traffic lights. It's all the mod stuff for what we've just built. what we've just built is now ready. Good. So the next thing to do is move this junction down 25 units essentially. Can't move fully leveled buildings. You just have to rezone and allow things to develop, so we should start zoning a few things, I guess. Need service coverage as well. Need to plan for service coverage. At the moment we've got 2 commercial blocks, services in the middle, and then residential. I think I would like to do services in this bit, or even central. Yeah, we'll leave the central run empty as I plan things. Services will go there to begin with at least, and possibly permanently. But then these, the 3 at the front, will be commercial.
Greetings!
Moritz, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that, thank you. Let's put those little roads in so I don't forget them as well. We need a little 2-lane road to maximise the amount of buildable sections. A bit like that. Hola. Hola to you. One downside is this adds an extra junction here, which, to make sure we don't get traffic lights put on them. In general, I think it's best to maximise the density of the commercial, so I'm kind of happy with that. Do the same on the opposite side here as well, although should they come down from the north or up from the south? Up from the south, I think, because yeah, traffic that wants to get there is coming off the highway, going over the flyover, and is in that line. So yeah, up from the south. That's my preference. Check for traffic lights again. There we go. Good. And the residential ones, we haven't been putting parks on all of them. Kind of want to. I tried it. Where did I try? Putting trees in. You have to click each tree in individually, which is not worth the time. I don't think it actually makes much of a benefit. It might even make the fire risk worse. So placing a park is preferred. The parks we've had available so far have not been great for that. There's only one of them that fits within the square system we've got. Wood. I think there's only one that fits symmetrically. So we could put one in that isn't symmetrical, that's acceptable. Maybe a bigger one even that prevents a couple of squares of housing from being built. That's vaguely acceptable to me. Coverage on them I think is bigger. The one we've built is this, right, Japanese garden. Quite a small coverage area. 125 entertainment. It's even smaller with even less entertainment. Dog park is about the same, and other than not being symmetrical would be acceptable. Botanical gardens, more entertainment, that's That's too big to fit in the middle. You'd lose a lot of houses to that. The cover there, dog park would be okay. This one, small playground's okay. Large playground's too big probably. Bad. It's got very big coverage on that, which I like. With trees is way too big. I think that large playground, that could be okay. We might give that a go. Either way, we stick this little road in. I'm not... The kind of dirt track, gravel track doesn't really suit the change to high density, so I don't want to use that going forward. I'd rather use this 2-lane road. Do 2-lane road with grass or trees for the sake of the attractiveness. Just wasn't sure whether the parking was necessary. Let's assume parking isn't necessary, so let's change these roads to have trees as well. And we'll use that one likewise for where we're going to put the parks in. It's going to be all the 2-edge rows, so can minimise the number of junctions by doing a 4-way from the middle point. They don't actually go middle. We want them offset. Park goes in that gap in the centre there. I don't know why I'm pointing. You can guess where I mean. If we stop it one early like that, then we don't lose the 4 depth on the opposite road. So that is how I would place it, and then mirror on this side. So it's just that one junction there where we would disable traffic lights. Then a park. Let's say we use that. Was it this one? Large playground. Yeah, that's not bad. If we place it there, we do lose the 4 depth on the right hand side. 3 depth isn't not much to lose. It's only 6 little squares that I would be putting buildings on, but I'm not, so that's fine by me. The other options, so small park, too big, and yeah, that's fine. It doesn't fit symmetrically into the middle, but it's all wasted space anyway. Tree's too big. Botanical garden blocks out a lot of the rest of the grid. Dog park's the same as the other one. And yeah, Japanese garden's only benefit was that it would left everything perfectly symmetrical. A little variety would perhaps be nice. Than putting large playground literally everywhere, but gives big coverage, so not the happiest with that. I guess with that size of coverage we could skip every other one. I think I would. Perhaps we put something alternative on the right hand side here. It'll be there. We'll have one on this edge as well, and then perhaps it's the Japanese garden or the whatever it was, dog park, whatever. There. Likewise on the other corner. Maybe something alternative in the middle, perhaps. Not entirely sure. Can't see the point of putting them in there though, so let's... Road-wise, we're not putting one in here. The middle, perhaps also not. Maybe we put something in like the actual centre, depending on service requirements. So we'll just put them on the outside corners like they are there. And then mirrored up here. If we were to put them in the middle, I'm not sure which edge I'd put the road on. Just can't really mirror it. So I'd be happier if we don't put one in. That's a little too far. That's the wrong road. There we go. Like that, and then traffic lights switched off at those new junctions. Good. I think. So that's the layout that I'm happy with. We need to adjust parts of Evergreen Heights to match that. Hopefully without causing too much damage to what else we're doing. Income isn't amazing at the moment. We've got lots in the bank, so I shouldn't worry, I guess. Okay, so if we are doing that, then we need roads off here. To disable the traffic lights that's made. And then we can zone in. A whole bunch of commercial, a whole bunch of residential. Not quite like that, is it? Let's put the park in. Actually, this will be easier if I put the park in first. There, and then with trees, no. Which one was it? They're actually all a bit small, having seen the other one. Not sure if variety makes a difference for the people's happiness. But in that same gap, I think it'd be possible to fit two. Yeah. Dog park and a Japanese garden. Therefore, could be small playground instead of dog park. There's not a lot of point in putting dog park in because we have banned dogs. So let's do small playground instead. Still quite a lot of wasted space behind that. And even visually I'm not a huge fan. Like, you can see what's going to happen around this park is the back of these buildings is going to create, going to look quite good. It's going to edge up against the back of these buildings. I kind of like that, so I think while it might be a bit monotonous, I'm going to put large playground in on all of them. Zone in. Just now fill in housing around all of them. Would be good to force a 4x4 on that corner to maximise the 4 depth buildings that we get. Likewise on that corner. I guess we can do by unzoning that leg. Having all the rest to develop first. I mean, there it's just happens to have done. It's how I want. But if we do that, we'll make sure of it in that case. Fill that leg in later when the rest of that square is fully developed. Should make sure... Okay, I did plan ahead with water coverage up here, but while I remember, because I often forget, let's put the water in everywhere. close to needing more. Yeah. Another water intake in. Check electricity as well in case we need another solar plant soon. So water pumping. Put it on, and then electrical supply. Almost 200 in the positive, so that's not an issue at the moment. It's filling in slowly. The one for industry than anything, so let's zone a bit more of that too, because that's looking fully developed. Still kind of need to tidy up how we get the garbage trucks around the place, and this tunnel that takes buses and garbage trucks across without using the highway, we'll need to realign that somehow. Like put some kind of thing here, park, where we put all these things, bus depots, incineration plants and the like. The tunnel can run under from there. I don't know, we kind of want the tunnel heading into each 5x5 grid rather than just the middle one. So maybe a whole underground network of garbage trucks at some point. Still medium demand for commercial, even though these filled in immediately. My plan for 5 or 6 squares may well not be enough. We might run some up the central areas. Let's, while kind of want to do is move everything to the north, because that's all good and lined up right. It'll take time for it to develop up to the same level, but kind of need to do it in order to clear everything out. Adjusting everything down by 25 units is easier done by just wiping it all out. So let's do some. Let's D-zone here, down the centre. Rezone in at the top here, high density commercial. Put in those parks first. It's in that big rock there that needs to come out. Then fill in the residential, leaving that leg like we did with the others. I need a power connection. How have we done that? We're just going to run it up the right hand edge, which isn't the prettiest way of doing it. Ah, but they're not reaching over the road here. So doing that wouldn't actually join them. No. Annoying, okay. This corner has spilled over, so bit weird, but I can move that. Just joining at that end until they fill in those gaps. On the other side, for a bit of redundancy or whatever. Entirely sure it's picking. I'm not sure why the electrical coverage is different, even though they're like identical layouts. What's a building to not build just to get the power connection in? That doesn't seem what I want to do. Put some random service building in just so that we get power coverage. Ideally, I don't want to do that either. I'm not sure that I could put in a little fire station, would be the best option probably, but I really want to do it. It looks like it has. Yeah, it's connected in on that corner now, so that's something. Probably want to do something other than this single line running across the middle as well at some point to connect the two sides up. Worry about that in the future. Okay, no demand for residential, so let's... Oh, we should start at the bottom. We should dezone from the bottom. Let's get rid of the offices that we put in. I never really checked what they were doing or why or anything, so we can experiment with that again in the future. There we go. We'll remove these parks. Then I want to move these service buildings up to the top. Let's take away another row. We can definitely move the elementary school. Needed quite a lot of elementary schools. It's a bit weird building them right next to each other, but as long as the coverage is okay. What else we got here? High school, police and fire station, elder care. So high school can come up. Ideally don't want any wasted space in these areas, but they might not just juggle like I want. Fire station up here. Looks like there's going to be gaps no matter what. Income is suffering. I'm taking services away from the developed area, which is probably going to cause an issue. Need this top end to develop quickly. So public transport could be a priority. Okay. Definitely no ideal way of laying these things out. Not all going to fit in one. See if I can find anything I'm happier with. Doesn't make much of a difference at all. Let's think about where we're going to put metro stations. I think what we did before is put them near the parks. Look in that gap. Wherever I put them. There's obviously one near the university, it has one opposite. open that overlay, that'll make it easier. Yeah, there. Next to the park, so we can't do that because these parks are bigger. Can just put them in those gaps on the ends there. It's no big deal to miss out on like one other building. It's not, wouldn't bother me. And quite a walking distance from services in the middle, so right around the outside like that is fine. People who are walking from there just around the block, not an issue. Could put them in the blocks that don't have the parks. That's kind of interesting. It's then a further walk to get to the park, but fine. People walk a long way in the game, it's not too much of an issue. So that would be kind of cool. We can have a loop that runs around the outside then. Then it's getting from there to the middle, so I would like metro station at the middle as well. Could do two, one on each side. Then two loops, left side, right side. You fit so many people on a train, you want bigger loops than that. Put one in the middle though, it's not. You don't get like a symmetrical network of tunnels to work with. So what we've got at the moment is a nice neat circle. We can do similar. Be some very tight corners for sure. We had one in the middle of that block. The next one really wants to go there to get any chance to go around the corner. We're going to have to put that in that corner of the block to get around that corner. Could be that buses are a better option. Looking at it. Metro stations around the outside, as discussed. Big loop around the whole residential area. So also thinking about metro across to the industrial area. Buses are fine between it all, but don't know. Could do an overland rail. Shuttles across. In which case, you'd want like an overground rail station here. Though I'm not sure if that's enough space to get over those, so maybe an underground at the top of each. Getting people to school is my kind of focus. If they're all going to be in the middle here, I mean, people can walk that. Just depends whether their school is closer, which the university-wise usually isn't close enough to walk. So when the university's on the edges, we can put a metro on the outside there. Could be a good option, actually. Thinking about that, everything else we're doing in this grid system fits within the grid. There's nothing planned to go around the outside. These elementary schools are trying to move into the centre now. So it could be metro stations on the edges. And even the walking distance from one of them into that middle is not that far. I think it ought to be okay. From one edge, the tunnels can shoot off over to the bus meeting point in the industrial sector. Kind of like that idea. So if we had... of course it's different on this top one because it's not got the extra little 3 section that the others do. Frustrating to not be symmetrical. Could we do that differently anyhow? Using those corners doesn't create a good point for meeting the buses, I guess, is... If I'm keeping buses, we might get rid of buses entirely in the residential, then it doesn't really matter about where we meet them. Yes. To redo where we put those electrical lines, I guess, but station there and there. Can be mirrored, which, yeah, is preferable. So let's work that out. There and there. What do we need to do with the power? They've filled in pretty nicely. We just end it one short. Do the same on the other end once we've put those stations into place, I guess. All okay for now. I mean, those services can stay as they are for now as well. They are going to have trouble with garbage. They've got a long journey they're taking at the moment. Might need to prioritise that tunnel network I discussed before we can complete the whole move. We'll see. We just have to keep an eye on how much they're complaining about living in rubbish. Okay, so if they're there, then so the ones without parks, one in the centre, or 2 additional? I think 2 additional. So in the middle of this one, if that's middle, it's hard to see without buildings around. Then the mirror is on the edge of this one. And that one. Middle of this square, middle of this square. It's a neat loop around the outside of this system. The walking distance from any of those in is not that far, 2.5 blocks at most. Can't see that really being an issue for anyone. As far as I've seen them walk a lot further. I mean, they walk under that underground tunnel to get to work, some of them, so that ought to be okay. They all need a power hookup, which, because we're not filled in, I guess is going to have to be run around the outsides. No pretty way of doing that. Do it like that, that's okay. That'll do the job. Connect those together as well. messy. Okay, then we're operating at a massive income loss. I may have tried to move too much at once. Never mind. We'll connect these tracks up. I'll do the loop within the block, this district first, which reminds me I need to paint the district. We'll look at how we join two districts together later. It's less important at the moment. I want the corners to be symmetrical. Should be lining up. Yeah, 13 unit corner, okay. Should all be the same, I guess they're all 13 units. Snap points there, it's saying 12 unit. It's a bit concerning. Why would it be different on the two different sides? The same point. Corners look the same, really. That one appears to maintain its distance good. So does this one. I'll leave them and not worry about it. They're underground, I won't see them again. It says 13, so that's not lined up right. It would appear 12 is the correct answer. Ah, yeah, it's snapping to the end of that road. That's the point we want. Not sure what point we want to snap on this one. It's close enough, it probably doesn't matter. They need joining as well, didn't notice that. This side says 13, that's interesting. Right hand side both said 13, left hand side said 12, wonder why. As far as my eyes can tell, it's symmetrical, so not important. Let's put a train in. Done a clockwise and a counterclockwise before. I'm not sure it was necessary, but I like having it, so let's do it again. Then I can see those, can't I? Yeah. Just a couple of colours, don't mind what. Could rename them. Not sure how much it helps me, but adding the extra trains onto that loop has fixed whatever problem there was there, so another thing we need to remember to check when we've actually filled the buildings in is whether there's enough trains on the track. Okay, we've got high demand for residential, not enough customers at the commercial, so yeah, definitely need to zone more in or level these up. Just need education, which does take a while. The zone in anyway, we know we are ultimately going to be putting residential there, so let's allow them. What other services are there to move? More of the schools and the university. That's kind of it. So let's do the university. Don't want to put it in the dead centre because that's further from the metro points, which I think a lot of people will use for the university. I just want to kind of swap them like so. I don't think there's any medical coverage. Is that all? It's all coming from the top of the square, not the bottom. I think it's worth, let's hope that one can cover what's down here. I'm going to move this medical clinic out now. Okay, so we've got basic education in elementary schools, high school, higher education, university, healthcare has got medical clinic, elder care, fire and police. Those two squares are probably enough for all of this, so I'm not sure what service is going to go in these two, but we'll work that out when we get there. Just more of the same, even though we don't need it, is an option, as long as we can afford it. So how is... yeah, that is not good coverage. Let's have a superfluous medical clinic just for the time being. Although we could... we haven't actually built any hospitals, I don't think. It's one thing that can go in those squares, I guess, when we get there. Coverage is not good. Okay, we need to not take the services away, but duplicate them while we move things. That's fine, lesson learned. Elementary school coverage is not good. We don't reach very far. So we could need a lot of them. Running down the middle, so that's okay. That's okay. We can do that. There's the metro lines. Ah, that's the thing I forgot immediately after saying it. I need to paint the district in. A new one, and we need to extend the other one as well. So let's get this new one painted in. That one a bit too far. Yeah, it's not actually going to cover anything there, so let's redo that. Okay, so that's Ivy Heights. Don't know why it names them all Heights. Not just on a mountain, it's calling everything Heights. Extend this one out as well. And then we want the same policies if I can buy them. Ivy Heights wants pet ban, recycling and free public transport. They are the same over this side. The difference is just the oil specialisation, which we can't do in Highland Heights. That's fine. So really, I guess at this point it's about slowly moving the things up, slowly disabling Brook Heights to get Ivy Heights filled in. Need to wait for the education of the people moving into Ivy Heights. Currently operating in the red, and we shouldn't be. I mean, once they're educated, we won't be. Demand for residential still. Some of that will be filled when they level up their houses here. Don't go too fast because it can cause the entire city to collapse. We've got plenty of money that we don't really need to worry about that, but we remove all of our educated people at once and our entire oil industry collapses, and we may not be able to rebuild it. So we're not rushing. And in the meantime, consider this underground network of dedicated garbage truck routes. So we're going to want garbage trucks coming in and out of every residential zone. What road did I use to do this? Is that just a 4-lane? Yeah, it's a little 4-lane road. This ought to be enough. Ideally, with the way we've changed what's at the top, we don't want a road that allows parking, which 4-lane doesn't, so okay, fine. Come off in the middle, don't particularly want to add another junction. Come off twice, up here and down here. Has moving our metro line caused a problem here? Apparently not. I can go underground there, it's just going to need to move the electricity pylon. Metro must be further underground, I guess. Those trains could go above ground. Actually, looking at it. I mean, they're pretty at the moment, so I'm thinking they could go above ground, but once we've actually connected all of the sectors together, we might not want it above ground. Let's send that under there and then fix that. Okay. Those pylons need to go up for whatever reason. It's fine, I guess. Not the prettiest situation. Let's yeah, it's fine. Just want to make sure we do the same thing everywhere. It'd be kind of nice to do. What's that? That's a 5-unit. It'd be nice if that comes back down over the same distance. Like that. Yeah. Fiddling to make nice symmetrical power lines now. Let's might as well got to do something while we wait for people to get educated. We can tell when people are getting educated because our income's going to slowly rise, and when it's back to positive 5,000 we'll be back where we were before we started. Okay, so that's then the equivalent road here, I believe. Yeah, because of how that lines up with the metro stations. Because there's the extra 3 blocks on the right there are not on the left. If they were, 1, 2 there, 1, 2 there. Yep, 3 blocks in the middle. Fine, let's fix. These pylons, so it's all looking the same. So that goes to there, goes top and back down over the same distance. We need to put another pylon into that gap, so go with 10 units and then join the corner. So we'll do the same over here and have 10 units in the corner. And then this distance is going to need 2 extra pylons in. So 12 units each would be probably where it's put them, I would guess. It spreads them equally. Looks like it does. So that is evenly spread. Could go mirror that on the other side just for the sake of my brain, but that is unnecessary because we're not having the tunnel on the other side. Okay, so we've gone underground. Let's go over a bit. We've got distance to play with. 32 before that road, I think. Do we want to do all this on this side of the road or the other side of the road? We need to concern ourselves with this tunnel because that is at the same height. So wherever we bring down, we don't want to overlap with that tunnel. So we either need to do it immediately, which don't think I want to. It shouldn't. I mean, traffic should flow because only garbage trucks are coming down here, and emergency vehicles, maybe buses if we keep those routes in. Could cause a backlog at that junction if we don't keep it moving. So let's come in a straight line. The other side, 40 units over. Snapping a bit funny. Don't know which of those is actually. Can I do this one first? Let's need to snap. There we go. That's fine, that's where the pre-existing tunnel is, so we can actually join that. Use this mod vehicle restriction. Yep. We say this road is going to be no cars at all, no taxis, no trucks. We'll allow buses, emergency vehicles and garbage trucks. And there's a button to apply that to the whole road, so that should go until that point. Make the same restrictions here. And apply, I guess, this road as well. Keep that, and that. Okay. So the actual bit down this end needs tidying up at some point, and where it joins into the disposal and stuff like that needs sorting out as well. Thinking of that. We're just going over our capacity for incineration, so let's put another one in. It can live there for now. We do need to move it, but it's not necessarily a priority until we get people complaining. But with those tunnels in, it should be okay. Educate more citizens to level up. Good. That's what we want the hold up to be. So that just requires time. We're supplying, I hope, enough. There's enough elementary capacity. There's just enough high school capacity. Plenty of university capacity. Could add a public library in. Apparently that speeds it up. So could. Why not? People can go read books if they want to. Yeah, some complaints. Educated workers, I guess. Well, your people in general, but yeah, basic education level. So yeah, there will be minor issues. I would expect income will go up and down, but ultimately up. I'll hope, and then we'll be able to move another few sections. It's been a couple of hours and I've not taken a break yet, but halfway through this stream, so I think now is a good idea for me to stretch legs, refill drink, do all those basic things, and not push myself too bad with my sore throat. So I'll do that now. I'll leave the game running. In fact, why don't we... I'm confident it's going to be okay, so I'm going to speed time up. Why don't I save before I do that? If everything burns down while I'm away, then we can roll back. But I'll just be 2 or 3 minutes. If you've also been sat in front of a screen for 2 hours like I have, then I recommend you get up and stretch your legs as well. Refill your drink and everything, and then yeah, we'll carry on gradually moving our residential area into the new layout at the top when I get back, and improving that tunnel network of garbage trucks and stuff like that. So just be a couple of minutes and then we'll carry on. Hello there, I am back from my brief break. Stocked up on extra sugary drinks to keep me going for the next couple of hours. Glad to see nothing's burnt down and our income is positive again. That's great. I did mention at the start of the stream that I'm trying to take it easy today, which is easily done with a chill game like Cities, but not going to go too late, just another couple of hours of having fun here. And then hopefully by tomorrow I will have fully recovered from this cold and be feeling well enough to do extra long streaming, so do a lot more gaming tomorrow, hopefully. Still, if we're only halfway through this session, we've got maybe half of that block moved. We could get some good progress done tonight, which is good because I'm a bit concerned about how much content there really is left in Cities. I've been watching other people play. I like the game, so I do like watching other people do it as well, and it seems like a lot of the content is in the DLCs, of which I've got none. This is just a few mods, no DLCs, quite vanilla really. So we've got a few unlocks that we haven't got yet. We can keep growing. We can get transport by ship, nuclear power, airport, and then some monuments, unique buildings that we can unlock and build. So I suppose the things that we haven't tried at all are shipment by rail, shipment by boat, and tourists. And I guess an office. We put some offices in, but I never really looked at what they were doing, so offices as well. Overall aim of this was just to kind of survive more than an hour, and we're a few dozen hours in now, so I think I've learnt how to build a city, and then had a lot of fun and continue to have a lot of fun sorting out like traffic flow issues and exploring this grid-based city that I designed. Got a lot left to do with all that, so a couple more sessions perhaps, just continuing what we're doing here, but then I think we'll get to a natural conclusion of a kind of learnt all you can in the base game, done all you can. We could just do the same again to get bigger, or do the same again on a different map. It's not fundamentally different. A lot of the actual kind of gameplay content is in the DLCs, like I said, so I'm not inclined to buy them either. Even on sale, it's almost £100 worth of stuff to get just the DLCs that do gameplay. It's even more than that if you want the music and the cosmetics and stuff like that, so not inclined to spend that money on the game. As much as I enjoy it, I'd rather spend it on other games. So it could be that I would guess by the end of the year we'll have finished with Cities and moved on to a different game, would be my guess. Not that I'm in any rush to get away from it, I'm having fun. Comes nice and positive now, 2,500. Confident we can start moving another block maybe. This block is mostly commercial. That's potentially a problem. To work out what we're going to do here about the commercial. We are definitely going to need more than just those three at the front there, so we put one in the middle. Sends all the truck traffic through town is the thing, but then again, with a good public transport network, if there will be fewer cars, then just trucks coming in isn't so much of an issue. Just a question whether the edges are better than the middle. It keeps it on the edge. I mean, if we put it on the right hand edge, or I suppose it doesn't matter, if they come off the highway here and they're heading to the other edge, they're going to cut through town without using the mod to really affect how they do it. Because we could force them to only use the outside ring. I guess that's the kind of thing you do if you have a problem. Don't make a problem just for the sake of it. Put it where looks nicest and then go from there. So I don't think we're going to have enough service buildings to fill the middle in. I don't think we're going to need to do that. So I'm going to move that library, or swap a couple bits around here. Let me move the elder care over. Put the library back to back with the university. Need a temporary power line into that elder care until we expand the other buildings over there. Seems okay. I'm still not sure where we're going to put the hospital. Now we can worry about the extra services later. Let's... Oh, those power lines are in the way now. It's just whether one is going to be enough. One extra square commercial for another 13 squares of... We essentially got 3 rows at the top there. We're moving all of this up there. At the moment, this is balanced as 4 squares of commercial. I think we need a lot more commercial. A lot more. Let's put the whole middle row. This whole middle row is commercial, and then this is residential. But the actual dead centre, let's leave that potentially for services. So let's start with that and that. Then residential there. That's going to let me D-zone 1, 2, 3, 4. Those old bits can come out as well. Do. Move these elementary schools now. But there's not so many houses around there. Actually, they should, for the sake of coverage, they should move up. Let's move that temporary power line. Move these back. Do for now. So we'll put those extra parks in because we're getting close to them as well. Now is electrical supply still 100 in the positive. Water and waste 100,000 in the positive. Waste incineration is a whole building in the positive, so good. Our average health is pretty bad. We could do with hospital coverage, I think. Even though the roads are all green, people are happy that a healthcare facility is nearby. It doesn't necessarily mean that their health is getting taken care of sufficiently. And even though there's only 7 sick citizens in a 25,000 population city. Definitely not realistic numbers. There we are. What's in that little guy? There is still a bus network now taking people to nowhere. So let's shrink that down a bit. We could probably do away with that yellow route entirely. Everything's walking distance, or they can take the metro that's still underground there. Let's do so. It's not going to save us a huge amount of money. They're not terribly expensive, but we're going to want rid of it anyway, so there we go. Still some active. What's this? Inactive route. No weekly passengers. Ah, that's the section of industry that we've not built anything in yet. That makes sense. And this red one that's very busy is the residential loop here. It's interesting that that's so busy. It's just in the loop. They could be taking the metro instead. Which is kind of a reason to remove it, force them onto the metro. We're certainly going to need to add more buses. Let's double them. If people want to take it, then why not? Keeps the cars off the road, then I'm happy with that. Train line. New one is up and moving, which is lovely to see. We want people to use it. Move those blocks over and our income hasn't dropped, so either it hasn't dropped yet or it's safe to move some more. I don't want to go ahead. Finish clearing this lot out. Let's do it. Take a risk. He says. Yeah, go on. I didn't want to just prevent those sections from... they're fine. Want to make sure we get those 4x4 buildings on the corners. Just leave them unfilled. All the others are unfilled. Let's leave them all unfilled. And then later, if it comes to that, when it comes to that, let's put the commercial in, even though they're not asking for it yet. Then these last few services. So don't need the parks. Do need the elementary schools. We'll move them up the top end. High school there we're definitely going to need. Bring that up as well. It's kind of a mirror of the other end, so that's nice, like that. What else have we got to deal with here? The actual basic power supply is cut off from the wind turbines. They're not so important, I guess, now that we've got the solar, but they're there, we might as well connect them. Okay, and then the metro. So we've got surplus fire and police, which we don't need, and medical. Childcare and the crematoriums need to move, and then we've got a metro system that will need sorting out. Childcare can come same block as elder care, I guess. Doesn't fit great. Would be nice to put a hospital there. Put it on the other side of the road. For now. And a couple crematoriums, which they're small, they might squeeze somewhere useful. Those gaps aren't bad. Next to the library, I mean, It's the right sized cap. Yeah, okay. University library and 2 crematoriums all in the same block. Okay, so that's metro line now is unnecessary. The only people using it could be using the red bus route instead. Should use the red bus route instead, because there's nothing down here to come to, and that distance isn't, I mean, that's close enough to walk really, so let's completely remove this old metro system. We'll rebuild the whole new system according to the layout we've used in Ivy Heights as we rework Evergreen Heights. So there's one. There should be mirrored. Then that should be all of them. Ah, it leaves the tunnels. And fill those in. That whole metro system pulled out. Good. Not sure what those are trying to tell me. There's nothing there. Might just take some time for those warnings to refresh and disappear. Okay, our income hasn't tanked, so it looks like moving all of that was safe. Or safe enough. Would be nice to give them some time to develop before we start the next stage. But we can now remove Brook Heights from the map. We're only going to be rebuilding ever so slightly below, but not within this grid. Everything's aligned differently, so let's wipe it out. Ah. Having just deleted that bit of road, actually, I don't want to wipe it out. Because people heading eastbound on MR Highway that want to get into this area are going over that bridge. And their only alternative would be... Oh, well, their alternative is to come off here at the Grey Highway. Yeah. That's fine. I am going to remove it. Going to work out what the green bus route is doing first, though. I forget all about the routes until I actually see the little buses. Green bus route is bus line 1. It's the shuttle that was taking Brook Heights to work. Okay, so I haven't put a shuttle in to take people from Ivy Heights to work, so why don't we pick up the green routes stop and put it next to a metro station. I find it interesting that it doesn't use the tunnel. But using the highway is still faster, it thinks. Maybe we need to increase the speed limit in the tunnel. Because they're probably going 40 in there, and they can go 100, as far as I care. It's as safe as a highway is, it's just underground. I think I will do that. Yeah, that's fine. That sorts out the green route. Let me increase that speed limit before I forget. I might have already done so on the initial bit of tunnel. No, I left that at 40. So they are actually going from 60 to 40, which is, at the very least, I want it to be 60. I can't see any reason for it not to be as fast as the highway is. you know, it's a smaller road, I guess, but we could turn it into whatever road we want. It's an arbitrary matter. Making it 100 will make things flow better, so I'm going to do that, even if it's a little unrealistic. I mean, that corner there, they're not going to take that at 100. They will definitely slow down at that point, but can't much see the point in changing that. We could build a smoother corner there. We could put a roundabout in here so that they can maintain speed, but they still think that the overland route is faster. They can take the overland route, I don't mind. Kind of about reducing the traffic load on the overland junctions by bringing the dozens of garbage trucks that all leave at the same time of day somewhere else. And of course, quick access for fire vehicles is always nice to have. Okay, that's all 100 now. I can even see under here all of the people that are walking from their homes here to their work over here. I mean, I like to walk, but I wouldn't walk that far. In a tunnel. Okay, so let's finish taking these roads away. Try not to knock out the power supply while I'm here. Warnings are still there. Throw stations, I guess it was. Something. Yeah, the stops were still there, even though the station went. And even though these stops didn't stay, the ones that were there. Never mind. Gone now. Let's take these bridges away as well. Okay. The actual district itself can be depainted as well. Let's create a new one. Won't be Brook Heights anymore when we rebuild it. Unless it randomly picks that name again, I guess. There we go. Few complaints about staff. Our income is dropped, but not too bad, so we're okay. Okay, so give it some time to rebuild, get our income back into thousands. Then the next step is so we're moving everything down by 25 units down here. The 20 needs to be added back into Evergreen Heights, so this row of 3 becomes a row of 5, then a new row of 3 below it. Then this junction put in there, and then the new block put in below. There's an issue there because of this, where this temporary junction joins, or will collide with this if we're moving this 20 units down. And that is going to become that point there. Can't get a good line up on it, never mind. 20 units is it's going to be okay. It's going to be very close. That's about 20, yeah. It's going to be very close, which is bad, but we will still be able to do it. And this is moving south anyway as soon as we get to 36,000 population, I think. Which, I mean, we're going to need to rebuild that third block before we can get to 36, I'm sure. We'll get there. area is complaining. They're still, I guess, just getting educated, levelling up slowly. Do want to put a hospital somewhere near here. The coverage is okay. A bit weak at the tops because it's down there, so let's put a hospital at the top. It'll cover everywhere, hopefully. It's fine. Ratio seems acceptable. We've got high demand for residential, which is going to balance as people get educated, the buildings level up, they fit more people. Medium demand for commercial. So it could be that a tiny bit more is needed, or even it could be that a lot more is needed. We can still move these into this gap, I guess, and put more commercial dead centre. That's an option. We also can put those central roads with trees, yeah, into the middles. Don't want to create too many extra junctions, so let's, yeah, let's put them in like so. Rebuild some of those businesses, which is not ideal, but never mind. There's quite a few extra squares of potential construction space that they're gaining by adding Brook Street and Moore Street in. We do need to disable any traffic lights that have been put in because of recent construction. I think there's anything else. This is one underground. Did I must have disabled that already? Yep. I think that's fine. We're getting those warnings under the ground here as well for the old metro lines. So let's try and remove those stop points. Yep, that's all good. Income is dropping, so not balanced out yet. Can you put the... I guess you can't put the building itself underground. No. Even though there is a road down there, you can't just... Especially an incinerator, I guess. We can't just hide them. It's okay, when we've redone that, we'll have a more complete view of what the tunnel's going to look like. We'll move these solar power plants somewhere else and then use this area in some better way. All road options, I guess, is the key. Not sending them all down this bit at the top. The bus depot in as well, might as well. Let's have a look at... So transport routes. So the new metro line's the only one running now. And predictably, a lot of people are waiting for trains. So let's increase... Let's have 3 trains. 212% gives us 3 trains. Then the other direction does not have an issue. It's weird, it was like that before. Whichever way it was. Clockwise needs 3 trains and counterclockwise needs 1. Whatever reason. Then buses, so yeah, that one's still... In fact, if we've got one we're not using, why don't we reduce it to just one bus. If someone gets lost out in the empty roads, we can bring them home on that bus. Bus line 4 has got more people, which is not surprising on account of us removing the old metro line. But that's something that's 100, so let's max this out. "27 buses is the maximum, and is not enough, really." Interesting. See if that changes when we get the metro line into that redesigned section, and everyone in Ivy Heights is happy with the metro line, then they should be in Evergreen Heights as well. Or identical spaces. Could be a bit more commercial. That's a point that I hadn't considered. Put a row of commercial down the middle of Ivy Heights. Are we going to do the same in Evergreen Heights? On account of them having 3 extra blocks of commercial at the top. It could be that we redo that at a later point. It could be that there's enough commercial in the other 2 blocks we put in that we don't need all 4 across Ivy Heights. We may just have the 2 and then redo the outside as residential, depending on the demand. I guess it depends how much of this residential demand we can fulfill by levelling up the buildings we've got. I should think quite a lot of it. I should think. Only time will tell. So should probably remove this road entirely for now, so that we can shift everything down. Do need to consider how we're going to join the 4-way junction here that's off map. There'll be a little S-bend as we're moving the bridge down. Here's what it is. If we grow enough, then we can always buy that square out and tidy it up a bit. Not sure how much more we will grow in the space that we're going to have available. It's only going to be the 3 residential blocks on the right here, really. Confident we can get to 36 with that, which is the next level, but beyond that, at 48, maybe not. The income is in the green. Demand for residential is high. What do we need to do to prepare in Evergreen Heights? We need to start moving services to be sane. So is there anything I want to... I'm happy with how the elementary school and high schools are. University and public library certainly prefer to not be dead centre because they're slightly closer to a metro station like this. Child health and elder care, let's put them in the same block. And what's this? The extra elementary schools. Put them there, put them evenly spaced with the other schools that we've got. It's okay, a lot of green gaps in the kind of service blocks, but that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we'll have it like that, so high school on this side is in the right place already. Fire and police need to move up. This elder care needs to go. It's interesting actually. Don't necessarily want to mirror because there's going to be a 3rd block beneath. So there isn't a real good way of making a mirror of those. Be better off making them all identical. That layout here. So these are moving all the way down to where those are at the moment. They are moving to the centre one, but one down from the centre. One down from where the centre will be, which is... that's going to be... so this is where the crematoriums go. The university is in that same block facing the other way. We're going to add a public library in the gap. So that's that block, the same as the other one. Opposite the university is medical clinic, police and fire. No. That wrong. It's in this square. Medical clinic. Police on the left. Fire on the right. Okay. The elementary schools move in. Elementary school in the middle. What's that? That's child health and elder care. Elder care's a block in. Yeah, they're like that. So the hospital's going to go there. They're going to go like so. All these additional services I'm building are actually going to affect our income, so it might make it harder to tell when things have balanced out. Not sure our income was ever good enough to add them all in, actually, so we may have a problem. Our income ought to be good. We've got no demand for industry, and we've got a lot of industry. Not sure. Could disconnect this wind farm. We don't particularly need to rely on wind anymore. We're producing a lot more than we need. We need to connect so that the water outflow is powered. This is not an efficient way of generating electricity, so let's remove it. It's not the most efficient option we have, so let's remove it. Slowly and loudly. How does that leave us? It leaves a slightly shorter power, so let's put the next solar power plant into existence. We're actually now spending more money, but as we expand it will be better this way. Okay, we've got 2 high schools on the outside. We've only planned for 1 high school in the north, so how does that look? Three high schools in Evergreen Heights. 2 in Ivy Heights, and that's the right number overall-ish. So, kind of want to factor in having 3 in each. If we build another, especially with population going up, yeah. So we want to fit another high school in to the layout. So we've got 2 elementary schools and a high school in each place we've got them, so let's just put another high school in next to these elementary schools, I guess. Why not? So that one will go there. This one goes down here. Although, where does that leave us on? 2 thoughts in my head. I can see the problem with the water. We'll need to come back to that while I finish thinking. We've got 10 elementary schools, and that's more than we need. Probably about the right number, so having an extra 2, it's overkill, but in my typical fashion I'd rather have things symmetrical and overkill. We do have the income to cover it, so yeah, I'm gonna have it symmetrical but overkill. We have a power supply issue, so the solar is... Oh, we've just lost connection, I guess, because we moved the schools. Lost connection on the right-hand edge. That's awkward. That's actually going to move. Let's do that now while I'm paused. When we put the metros in there, they're going to end up like that instead. Line that up easier when we put that metro station in, I guess. It's going to be on this one. Where's the middle of that one? It's not quite right, I don't think. Middle is going to be about there. Yeah. So that needs to go like that. Just going to tidy that up a bit. We'll tidy the rest of that up when we put those metro stations in and know the spacing of all the power cabling. But that should mean the water is now getting powered again, which is good. Almost a big issue if I hadn't seen that warning. Okay, so that's all of the services that we've got in the top block, in the middle block. We will need to rezone some commercial and swap around where things are. The way that we've done the little roads that cut in for the parks and stuff is different, so we need to redo those. Could do with a more stable income before. Could do with the education reaching the previous level before we start interfering with Evergreen Heights. Still dealing with the removal of the other place before we go ahead with that, I think. Give them a little more time. We can remove this junction now. Might have an impact on traffic somewhat, but traffic is currently flowing very well, so yeah, as far as I can tell with my eyes at least. So yeah, let's move that. We will cut this back to the junction and worry about joining that later. Move all of this all the way back. Bit of tunnel as well. Be good. Seems very good. We could rebuild that road actually. That's not really interfering. We're not rezoning or anything. We can. That one here. Fill in this. It's going to become the new 5 wide section. add in the new 3 wide section. That one is going to have those cut-in roads there. And then, yeah, we'll do that later, where the park's going to go. We'll sort that out when we're ready to actually interfere. But let's remove any traffic lights that have cropped in, because they will affect current traffic. People are randomly driving up no-end roads. Going for a trip, I guess. Going for a drive. So that's where that's going to end up. We've now got the 5x5 and the 2 little 3 tabs on the end. So also put in where the next one's going to be. Starts 20 blocks away. Then we have a 5 wide next. That's stepped onto the wrong thing. It should go 5 blocks down. 3, 4, 5. Then we have the 3 wide block. Ah. That road will go out of the limits. That's interesting. Buying that square next, so we will be able to build it in once we bought it, but we need to get to the 36,000 population before we can do that. I thought we would require this block to do, so because traffic for this block is only going to come in from the one road like they do in Ivy Heights. Okay, fine. And then we'll deal with that after we've bought the square, I guess. Any? No, not really. Pretty much everything in apart from the road that actually goes across the bottom, so it's something. We could just build that road in with something smaller, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't overlap. That will cause buildings to be destroyed when we upgrade it, though. So I think it's probably better not to do that. I think. Don't know. We'll see. These crossroads in. Get all those little extra cut-in roads for the parks and the commercial stuff. That's the one we're using. So the commercial stuff is on the ends. Hard to measure without that there. That's a 14-unit road. Go, and then also, assuming we're going to have them in this ratio, configuration, whatever, the middle block edges are also commercial. Then the residential corners have got the parks on them. So that's that style of road. For me. We need to disable traffic lights and stuff. I guess there's no... With a flyover bridge as well. Let's get them in. So that was this highway with a bus lane and barriers. Yeah. The left goes up. 12 units over 20 distance, was it? Or it goes forward 10 and then goes up. So let's forward 10 up to 12 units over the span, down the other side, and the mirror over this edge. There is that. I'll do that whole highway bit independently, so let's go around and disable all traffic lights first. So there will be a lot. Then speed limit on that. Oh no, flyover bridge defaults to 100, doesn't it? Because it's a highway road. So speed limits on all of this will be fine as they are. There's no lane connection to be done on this lot, so that's all good. Fine. Well, we can work on this highway section that goes in then. So with the barriers in the middle here, and North Road heads westbound. Okay. A bit too far out this end. Need to span that with a nice bridge. The road to join settle on 3 lane. Okay. Just need to make sure we get that at 45-degree angle exactly. Sure they're all facing the correct direction. Yep. Okay, so speed limit. Those I changed to 100. Keep traffic moving on the highway. No restrictions. Check they've re-enabled traffic lights, of course. Get them off, and then lane connectors where they join. Force the inside lane over so that they can always join. Good. So now we've got to join this with that junction, and do this here. Joining this with this junction, I mean, you do a bridge and then do a funny angle on it, I guess. You want to do it without any kinks that cause people to slow down, which might only be achievable if the bridges are angled. And from there to there. Yeah, I reckon we will have to put the curve in on the bridge. Bridge to be quite high up the riverbanks. when it rains they do rise, and we've had bridges flood out before, so... There's pretty good. What was that for an angle? Looks good at this end. It's smooth. Centre point is smooth. And that join is smooth, so that one's good. If you want to build the other direction, ideally exactly parallel, but that's not easily done. So we'll just aim for close enough. That's very good, actually. Bridge is at the same kind of height, and it is not very high up the riverbank, but high enough, I think. At least for now. I'm surprised the bridge doesn't have any supports over the top of it. It's fine. This looks a bit funny, but it's fine. It is smooth and it looks well distanced, so I'm very happy with that join. Need to do the join at this end. How are we? Our income is going up again. It's positive. Stabilising. Still room for these to level up a bit. Residential demand is still very high. So is commercial as well, so that's fine. That's fine. Let's do this junction. So we are 18 units away is what we're looking for. Yeah, it's 24 at the moment, so we need to go forward 6, then we'll be 18 units away. It's okay, I think the barriers, I'm just not sure where they stop, but I think we saw that out later. So the little 3-lane roads, the easy ones on the ground in the middle are 6 units forward, an 8-unit curve, 6 units forward, and then we join at that angle. Starting to actually just remember all the measurements without having to go and remeasure. And join there. So yeah, that the distance between these two junctions is far too close, which is fine because we're moving this one anyway. Maybe not soon, but soon enough. But we will have traffic issues in this section of road where traffic that is joining and continuing clashes with the traffic that is not joining and is coming off. There you go. We'll just have to deal with it until we can move that junction further south once we've bought that square. Right, so tunnel and flyover. Tunnel is on the right hand side. Four units out. Join at less than 90 degrees. Go under over 10 units, making sure it's 90 degrees. So that's there. 16 unit corner. Back above ground over 10 units, and then join at less than 180 degrees. Just need to flick that bit of road around, remove the measurer. There's a tunnel done. Now a bridge, flyover thing. They. Why is the traffic coming round that corner, turning into the 40 km/h road instead of going straight down the 100 byway immediately? Oh, I see. Because that lane has been told it can only go that way. Rather than change lane, they're just going to use a pointless bit of road. I think as much as I am really enjoying fiddling around with cities as a sandbox game, I might have more fun on a game that's about traffic. Perhaps. It might make more sense to me. Can't think off the top of my head of anything that is similar enough to this. Sure there is something, must be. Maybe that'll be what we play after I'm finished with City Skylines. If the entire audience isn't bored to death of me building perfectly symmetrical roads all the time. Oh, that's interesting. To join at less than 180 degrees, that would be there, but it's not letting us. Space is occupied because that snap point is there. Can I force that snap point somewhere else? No. Well, I mean, I did, but it didn't change the fact it won't let me join there. Just have to join at a sharper angle. Although it's not a join, is it? It's a leave. I think because of the level of the ground there. Create a funny kink in the ground, and that's why it wouldn't join at that angle. That's fine, I'm sure. Close enough to all the others to look right. Need to move that support. Get those highways put back in. Didn't move it far enough. Okay, so that's tunnel, flyover, the easy roads, the highway going across. I just want to remove the barriers from those two sections like we did on the other. And that is a junction the same as this one. That joined up nicely. Oh, yeah, happy with that. Happy with how that's lined up. We just need to move this junction out of the way, obviously, but that is on the agenda. So we need to finish this off with the mod. Speed limits and lane connections. It's these roads for the speed limits. Right, and then lane connector where they join. I think that's actually pretty good distance between those two junctions, yeah. Feeling happy about how this highway structure is fitting into the plans of this city. Things are still not perfectly aligned to the grid, the square grid of everything. Although we should, I mean, I just mean like this is 32 units away when it should be whatever, 34 I think, I don't know. But the distance across, we should now have that road lined up with that one, which we do, which is excellent. Yeah, like that. That's 123 units across, which should be an even number. Don't know why it isn't. But there we go. The grid is now the grid across both the industrial and the residential. And everything looks very neat the way it's joined up. That junction is moving south once we've got that square, which is great. Our income is quite positive now. We can unpause. I think. Yeah, good. Good. Yeah, worst part of this cold that I'm just getting over is not the coughing that's hanging around. It's every time I cough, the muscles all over my body start to ache. Still in quite a lot of pain. Hopefully one more night of good sleep will be done with it though. Things are still developing a little up here. We could either start placing in the empty one, which I'd rather not do because we need the services to go in, or we make the changes we need to Evergreen Heights, which already has its services. That's my preference. So start with Evergreen Heights. Let's start with putting the tunnel into place, the service tunnel. Was it in the end 4-lane? Yeah, so that goes 3 in the middle. 1, 2, 3. So here. Here. Just saw a bit of traffic here and was a little concerned about it. Looks okay. Pretty sure we had this issue before. Oh, that's interesting. That road is wrong anyway. That should be, unless I'm crazy, that should be one of them. No traffic light there. It's okay. It's just heavy. It's heavy traffic. It's a lot of people are going to want to use the bridge to get back onto the highway, so it should be a busy spot. Interesting to see that, yeah, bus lane just doesn't matter. Everyone moves into it to take the corner. Fine. I think that's good. I think really with situations like that, that's just, we need to reduce traffic in general, accept that at some point it gets higher, or we need to do something silly like increase the speed limit in the entire city to 100 kilometers an hour, which is, like, we've got a mod, we can do it, but I don't really want to be doing silly things like that. Ah, that's a mistake. That's not a 4-lane one-way road that we want. We want a 4-lane two-way road. And then we want to join it to this tunnel. We want to make sure that doesn't add traffic lights. Good. Then we want to set the vehicle restrictions on these two offshoots to be the same. No cars, no taxis, no trucks. Cars, taxis, trucks. Then we want to remove that section of tunnel. Actually, that looks like this one. It's going to line up nicely with the middle of here. So however we build things over here, it will be nicely aligned on a cross junction here, 4-way junction there. And the other tunnel is going to come up and join it. We could put those tunnels in as well, actually. Is a random green circle in the middle of there. Okay. Income is increasing substantially now. Let's do a little rezoning here. What do we need to do? We need to move the commercial down one. So take those away, fill those in. Move these commercial down as well. Take those away, those away. Put residential No, we need to, let's just slow things down a little. Take these roads away that are no longer how we're having things. This could cause a lot more damage than I'm expecting, reducing the land values. So those need that type of road down here. It's one of them there. Park putting on there. Yeah, that income has suddenly dropped to a very scary number. May have made a mistake here, never mind, we'll see. That's how we want it. Some residential filled in to deal with that. Yeah, I think I wiped out too much there too quick. These are residential as well, and they are just full. We're not adding any extra roads, so they can be filled in. Then those four, I think, commercial. They need their little extra roads putting in. Fill that with commercial. Demand has dropped as well, so whatever they're upset about is substantial. That's everything filled back in, as it should be. That's fine. There's no like major complaints. It's not that I've broken a power line or a water supply, but water supply has moved, so those lines are all fine because we just moved down, so that needs extending. Then I don't think no, I didn't move it in at this end, so that's not how it's going to look, but still covered fine there. That doesn't appear to be lined up correctly. Of course, none of these are. The noise, but almost there. In the middle of all the roads. It's better. Just want to line that up with an actual point. Do the power cables later, if I remember, which I'm sure I will. And then that pipe that joins, why don't we put an extra one in here? Much of a redundancy, but it's something. Okay, income has risen significantly. Hopefully it will continue to develop and grow. Too many failed businesses and stuff like that. We shall see. Actually, it comes already in the green. Excellent. Speed time up a bit again. I don't think I did permanently break anything. If it's already in the green, that's good. It might drop again, but hopefully it just keeps going. We're just missing the metro line in Evergreen Heights now in order to be the same as Ivy Heights. Let's also finish my fort with that underground tunnel and actually join these up. I want to finish it maybe 10 points before there. So what's that? That's 73 units, so let's finish it at 63 and come above ground. Break the power supply. Interesting that requires us to go up and over. The lines are a bit of a mess here anyway. Let's not too sure where to line that up with. Let's just go there. Go up, over the road and down again. That'll do. Okay, then we bring this road out. For now it can just join in there, but we'll do some kind of redesign over here at some point. Move the solar power over this side and redo these somehow. In some fashion. I'm going to put a couple facing that road instead. Spread them out a bit. 2 on that road, 2 there and 2 there. Why not? And let's remove this section of the underground. Let's move the bus depot as well down to there. And then take a look at those bus routes. Our income's shot up, that's good. Balanced itself out nice and quickly. Bus line 4 is still hugely popular. So 1 and 2 are the 2 shuttle routes, so they're as popular as one would expect. The green route and the dark blue route. The green one's doing something funny here. Buses are stopping there. Yeah, okay. Because that's the closest point to the blue and pink, and then so they all, that's like a centralised meeting point. I don't know why that bus isn't moving. And then we have another centralised meeting point there. Yeah, okay. That's what I might like to replace with a metro line or an above ground rail line. 2 bus routes that shuttle across. They use the tunnel now. So green uses the tunnel on the way back, but not on the way out. And blue in both. It's just using it to get from up here to down here, yeah. Interesting, the way that the routes plan out in the end. I would prefer a rail route to do it. You fit more per vehicle in that case, and there's a significant number trying to get to work, obviously. The income's good, so let's get that The metro line that's going to replace the red route here is going to be the same as this one. Here's the underground stations, and they go on these corners, so that corner and that corner. And that corner and that corner. I'm doing okay at catching those coughing fits before or hitting the mute button before the coughing fits hit me. Sorry if they're coming through and you're hearing them. Okay, so they go on central one, so this one is a problem. Okay, and here I think that's just a power pylon in the way. Let's get the station put in. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Then redo the power pylons over it. So there's an issue on that one. We'll circle back to that problem. Starting to cough more, so we will not overrun when we come to the end of the stream. About a little over half an hour. Still plenty of fun to be had, but I will need to rest my voice afterwards for sure. That's right, and then one with the power here as well, which isn't even... Well, that's like the only supply that gets the solar power over here. Doesn't look like it's connected. Some put that in and then make sure it is. This match the what we did in the other block. At least something close to it. The same this way as well, actually, while we're doing it. A few redundant connections of the power network. Busy roads, nice to see. Okay. So also need the ones at the tip. It's those two, isn't it? That's how we did it in the end. On each side, yeah. Okay, so it's just the problem we've got with this one, that the bank of the river dips there. So let's connect this power up a bit differently to the sewage works, so that we can remove it there and start doing some landscaping work. And finish this pattern like we have it here. Not to that part. Stop it from snapping. Like that. That should... So we just connect those back up there. Still needs a bit of tidying, but we can do that when we fill this section in. We can then remove these lines here. That looks a bit silly. I'll do that instead. Okay. You can see this extra bank at the edge here is a problem. So we kind of want to just push this out to the actual edge of the river, so that we're level with the road all the way to the edge of the river. Not the easiest landscaping tools to use in a game. Get it done in the end, I'm sure. It's going okay, we're getting out there. Just we've overbuilt a little. That's kind of moved the actual like bank over, which is good. And yeah, we just need to drop the top down a little to get it to the right height. Doesn't have to be perfect. Putting the building in will level things a bit more as well. It looks like it should be good to go. Let's give it a try. There we go. Success. Good. So now we need to tunnel them together. What was it in the end? Of like 13 unit corners or something? Oh, I think, yeah, there were 13 on this side and different on the other. That did not line up. It's better. There's a lot to snap to here. I think this is the one we're aiming for. Close enough, I'm sure. Looks like an even curve. Like our income isn't particularly stable yet, but it is at least positive. We have dropped, I think we were at about 2 million in the bank at one point, and now we're under that, so it's good that we had the headroom before we started fiddling with everything. Okay, that's all of the tunnel built. Let's get the pathways clicked in. So that is counterclockwise. Now we'll do clockwise. Okay. To recolour them, so one can say green and then we'll get a blue. Good. And then, well, we know one of them is going to want extra trains, but we don't know which one yet. Because going one direction attracts more than twice as many passengers for some reason. That's a little overkill. 2 trains would do the job here. Two trains with 106% budget. Oh, interesting. Let's add another train here as well. A lot of people waiting at some of these stops. That says 180 passengers. Must be a recent increase, I guess. Actually less on that direction than... So it's kind of got it the wrong way round at the moment. Still, if we need 2 trains on both of those lines, it's safe to assume we're going to need 2 trains on both of these. We might as well do that while we've got this screen open. Doesn't cost much. Well, I guess if you only want 1 train, you could reduce your budget to the minimum. It's a bit... Be nice if 100% meant 1 train and... That was the default. Okay, so metro routes are in place. We could completely remove bus line 4. It's very popular. We operate free public transport because we want to reduce traffic. So we're not gaining anything by having the bus, other than perhaps reducing the load on the metro system, which I'd rather increase the load on the metro system. So I don't think there's any reason to keep it. Let's take it away. I suppose people are happy to have bus service even if they don't need it. We could keep it there just to keep people happier. May be necessary at some points, I guess, to increase land value, perhaps. Shuttles is the next thing to consider. See them in the tunnel down there. Put a metro station over here. And then connect it into both of these loops somehow. And we can run a tunnel from... I don't know, can we? Yeah, so we can fork here somehow. Okay. That curve isn't enough, I guess. Interesting. Not sure how we'll do it. Join those 2 bits together. Definitely not like that, but kind of want a dedicated line, so a train that comes out of Ivy Heights to head towards work does not go into the loop at Evergreen Heights. So like the tunnel, well, I'm like from one of these stations, just come away, then perhaps run alongside the tunnel or underneath the tunnel to join with the others, and then to a station over here where all the buses meet them. We could put metro stations out in the industrial area, but I don't want to sacrifice even the tiny little underground square. Rather have industrial buildings and buses. Just how I want it, no particular reason, just how I want it. Income's actually looking kind of stable. It's lower than I want, but it's looking kind of stable. Our bus lines, which while buses are still on my mind. 2 shuttle routes, 4 internal routes in industry. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So we're just going to replace those 2 shuttle routes. We'll have 4 internal industry routes. 3 shuttle routes. Question for later, I suppose, but we could do it with 1. We could, if the trains shared the track, could do 1 train that does the whole loop. Stops once in the middle here and then stops once in Ivy Heights, Evergreen Heights. And no particularly neat way of doing it. And they'll be sharing the track, so the internal loops could be slowed down. Not quite there yet. I think I'd like to finish this bottom section before we worry about it. Actually, we want to put the metro in place before we start the bottom section because it doesn't have a bus route to fall back on. Kind of the next thing we need to sort out. Okay. It's the next thing we need to sort out. Where am I? The above ground ones look really quite nice. So there's underground, on the ground and above ground. We then need to actually move the rail through a tunnel into the underground. But it's kind of pretty. Put it on the top here as a point. The above ground one, and then turn the corners, head underground. Yeah, I like that idea. So the bus depot needs to move. I'm not sure it's important where the bus depot goes. Other than it makes noise that it doesn't want to go near houses. You just put it over here. That'll do. Move this solar power plant over this side. I think. Sort out what that does to the power cabling. Which is a mess, but there we go. Tidy that up at some point, I'm sure. It will bother me in the future. Let's see, we'll move the incineration plants out of the way as well, put them all on this road. Then put our elevated metro station on the end. Water supply issue. What's that about? We're just missing a row in the middle. Didn't have a need to put it there, I guess. Until now. It's better. So moving the incineration plants has moved where that power cable connects. Again, not necessary, we'll tidy it up later, but leave it as was for now. Interestingly, we have high demand for residential and none for commercial. Commercial is fully levelled up. Missing a few spots, I guess you can't fit we should be able to fit a building there. It's not zoned for whatever reason. Okay. So I think... yeah, balance is off. We might need more... oh no, these are nowhere near levelled. Oh, it could balance out. Okay. Could still balance out. I think what I will do is just fill in those gaps around the park now. Corners are how they should be. So we can fill in that gap with any building that it thinks will fit. That is fine. And the demand for residential has immediately sunk massively. Okay. So we kind of want to go around the corner, staying a power cable's width away from the road, then head underground. So that is 6-unit corner. It's not much. Don't think they'll be doing that corner very quickly. But then they don't have to. There's a station there anyway. They're going to be stopping at the station, so... no big deal. 6-unit corner. And then... so what, 10 units to the ground. Yeah. 10 units under the ground. But now we need to find the depth that this is at. That's saying -12, but then doesn't look right. And they ought to be having a trouble with that road tunnel if it's just -12. Don't know. It says it's -12. So onto the ground and then under the ground. And then... interesting, that doesn't really need to be 2, it just needs to be 1 to do the journey. The question is, how do we join the 2 loops? How do we get the loops over here? Pull off, but yeah, so 45 degrees is the maximum. Best way of doing that, can you do 45 degrees but with a bend in it? Because otherwise it's 45 degrees out. Then 45 degrees again to... that is an ugly bit of tunnel. And if -12 is right, we're going to have a problem with the tunnels. Unless we do it down here. So in my mind the train is going clockwise. Comes off the bottom of here, goes in the top of there. Clash with all sorts of other underground stuff. Can run it above ground, but it needs to go... like we've got an elevated roadway as well, so we're kind of wiggly along. There we go. Yeah, it does. It does hit. Go deeper and go under it, I guess. And come back up again. So yeah, in my mind, but we could go counterclockwise. Kind of want it to be neat and tidy. I want to come out of this point here in a fork that's equal to the other side. So with a 13 unit like that. Won't let me do that. To do. At the other direction, yeah, it needs a sharper. Well, it needs 45 degrees. It's kind of telling you, however you wiggle the joint has to be 45 degrees. If we go halfway through this corner, kind of lets you do a kind of different angle because it's on a bend, I guess. It's ugly however you look at it. Just makes it seem like that's the only way. Can't then. That's interesting, at least. Get that to exactly 135. That ain't bad, in my view. Like that's not 45 degrees, so it's interesting that it lets us, but it does. That's not bad at all. Train can't drive in a circle doing that though without going all the way around Evergreen Heights. So we need to do it again in the middle of Ivy Heights. Join them together. Can we run? No. Ah, yes, we can do. We just, those other tunnels are a problem, especially that one that's very close. I mean, that road tunnel doesn't need to go underground. We can elevate the highway, we can elevate the road instead, we can send it underground later. Might send it underground later. I have half a vision in my head of how to do this. So we're going to do that thing. So 45-degree angle, line it up with the middle, a straight line. And for whatever reason, it won't do it this side. That's not the snap I'm looking for. Felt wrong, but I think it's how I did it. That's 16 units to know. This one's only 15. Presumably means those are not lined up in a straight line. Doesn't look like it. No, because that angle at the bottom is 44.6. When it should be 45. I don't think that's really an issue on the big picture. Try it again, but that is the point, I think. And then, oh, there you go. What was that? 2 45-degree angles. That's exactly what I want. It just collides with a few of the other tunnels, including this one, which is the biggest problem. It might. Oh, I'll go under that one. Okay. Apparently. Oh, and it'll go straight through that one as well, even though if I go here it says it can't. Sure. This is what I had in my head, but now that I look at it, I think it's not the answer. So, train in Ivy Heights can stop at the North station and get onto this rail to come down to Evergreen Heights. They're then coming off to that South station. They then need to do the whole loop to get back out, so no, it doesn't work. Need it to be here. What was it? 45-degree angle, 16. It needs to be different wherever I build them. Just try and snap it to that one. That doesn't look right. But my point is, it needs to be there and there. Then it can come in and stop at either of those stations. Okay. Let's go with... I mean, we're going to have trouble trying to join the top of there, so let's go with this second station. Needs to be there and there. And there and there. But neater. So the train can come round, go into that station, come out again without interfering with the rest of the loop, and come down to here. So kind of distance, let's say we were, let's go with that, go with 10 units. So I just want to build a parallel line 10 units away from that one. I think that starts with moving the road tunnels over, so let's pause and do that. I'll move that one. Not sure if that's an issue yet or not, but we will find out soon. Units out and then go under. No. Can we come? Well, we'll have to do it 10 units out and hope that that is enough. Wrong spot. We just need to go to the vehicle restrictions, reapply them. Okay, and then back to the metro line. So what I have to do is come out to be 10 units away from there. Whatever, 10 units away from there. Somehow join them together in a perfectly straight line. That ought to do it. It's 135 degree. It felt snappy. Don't know if it's right or wrong, but we're going to go with it. Just letting me build there, just about. Okay, and then we're going with this second station. Let me do all sorts of angles now that I'm snapping, but we want, I believe we want, 45 degree angle. Same coming out. Which is not available. 46 or 43? 14 unit length. Let's go for 14 unit length. Close enough. This is 46 or 43 and they're both 14 unit length. Whichever. Okay. There is a line that is not going to interfere except at that specific station where we want to be picking people up. And hopefully there's sufficient rail capacity to allow that. So all we need to do is very neatly join the top over here with the top over here and the bottom over here with the bottom over here, while wriggling our way around the road tunnel, which is also going to be extended, so we are going to have to go under or over it at some point. That's inevitable. But there we go. That's the fun, I suppose. A little frustrating, but I think that might just be because I'm getting tired because of my cough. But in general, still very enjoyable. Fixed everything so I can unpause safely. But yeah, I think I'm pushing my voice too far to keep streaming, so let's save the game. Everything's in a very good place. Good income. Good population gradually increase, and it will more now that we've got the layout there ready for more people when we're ready to do it. So we'll finish off the metro system, finish off the other traffic-based systems, and we'll start filling this bottom gap in and hopefully reach that population required to unlock the next square, tidy up those bits. Still lots of bits and pieces to do. I'm a little worried about how much more cities there is left to do before the end of this, let's call it a series, playing the game. But at least a couple more sessions, I think, which is good. It's fun. We'll do those shortly. Let me yeah, that's all sorted. Let's see. Next city stream then. We'll come back and we'll carry on with this next Tuesday. Yeah, obviously next week's a bit complicated because it's the week of Christmas, so I will have other social commitments that I'll have to go to during the week, but at least for the start of the week it'll be pretty standard one. So next Tuesday at 2 PM GMT again, we'll hop back into the city and carry on with it. I will be back tomorrow. We're going to stream some more Anno 1800, which I'm really looking forward to, and I'm going to start that earlier than I'd originally advertised it, so I'm going to start at 2 PM GMT tomorrow as well. And hopefully, like I say, my voice will be better by then and we'll be able to keep that going long into the evening. So I'm looking for a nice, fun, long stream of Anno tomorrow, hopefully. Thank you very much for joining me today. Whether you've been here watching live or you're catching this on a video later or what have you, really appreciate it. If you haven't already, then please do come click the follow button on the channel. It's a massive help for me. Want to do a lot more streaming, so if you're enjoying it, come and watch it. Absolutely, love to have you here. But that is all for tonight, so let's take a look at anyone I might raid into to go watch some more of. Is there anyone I fancy seeing? Need to go have some dinner as well, so might not be much. Can't see anyone who I follow who we could hop into. Anybody in categories? My next usual. No one jumps out. I can't see anyone there who fits my taste, so I think there will be no one to raid into tonight. I'll go have dinner and then I'll work out what's going on. So thank you once again for joining me. Hope you enjoy the rest of your days, and I hope to see you again soon.